Libya's National Oil Corporation says firefighters are trying to contain a blaze at a large petrol tank west of the capital, Tripoli, which officials said was targeted by unknown attackers. The tank, which has completely collapsed, contained more than 3,300 tons of gasoline. New figures show England is on track to become one of the first countries to eliminate hepatitis C, a dangerous illness that affects the liver.
Yes, coming up, we hear from a resident of Cali who survived the devastating earthquake in western Colombia. President Trump has defended the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino. We'll hear from a former FIFA official who says he should be removed from office and wholesale reform of football's governing body is needed.
And our business presenter today, Maura Fogarty, will tell us about the chipmaker Nvidia's plan to raise $500 billion to build more infrastructure for artificial intelligence. So your thoughts on those stories, welcome of course by text or WhatsApp. You send them to +44 77 86 20 50 85.
Occurred in Colombia after a powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake. The Colombian government has since declared a national emergency. The quake struck in the west of the country at around 7:40 on Monday morning. Many people are still trapped under collapsed buildings. Reports suggest some of the worst affected cities include Pereira, Cali and Manizales.
The 7.4 magnitude earthquake is the strongest to hit Colombia in more than a decade, according to the country's geological service. I've been speaking to somebody who experienced the quake, Isabel Camaro, who's one of 20 people Muslim about it, and he's been telling me about the impact on his life.
Of the earthquake of my cell phone, and I just remembered what happened in Venezuela, and I remember that a lot of people were saying that the alarm gave them like some seconds to leave their houses. So I just took my dog and left my house with my mom. But when we were trying to get out of the door, the unit collapsed, so, there were a lot of people trapped in there, and two buildings next to my house. A woman threw herself out of the window, first floor, and there was like a lot of glass and there, but I'm not able to see her. It was pretty dramatic, and we didn't energy, so they were not
lots of children usually be in school at that early time?
Yes, in Colombia, we start school really early, maybe around 7 a.m. or 6 a.m.
You said the authorities are asking for volunteers. Is that because there just aren't enough formal rescue personnel there? Or are there not really any rescue personnel at all in the area?
I think it's because the community is so involved in trying to help people that everybody's trying to do what they can.
It must be a very upsetting and worrying time, given that there is the possibility of aftershocks. Have you gone back to your home? What are your neighbours, what are your friends doing?
And my neighborhood's blocked. There were not a lot of problems with the buildings, so the people could be around it. But in general, people were outside and around 80 years old. This is something that students never felt in their Quebec strong as this one.
Difficult to know whether there's any 20 and live also haven't found out about the impact on the city of that massive 7.4 magnitude earthquake in Western Canada.
President Trump has inserted himself into the row surrounding football boss Gianni Infantino, saying that it would be a terrible mistake for FIFA to replace him. Football federations representing more than half the members of FIFA have issued a blistering statement on the conduct of Mr. Infantino, the president of the sports governing body. Asia's Football Federation has joined governing bodies of Europe, North and Central South America and the Caribbean, accusing Mr. Infantino of deception and placing himself above football. A position to include the boss as gaming members.
Corruption standards that lost us unexpectedly less than a year later. Well, I've been speaking to him and I see why that's the necessary for the Federation
difficult situation. So I don't think that they have the numbers at the moment to successfully leave FIFA and start a new competition, and I think they will not take the risk of doing that.
You talked before about the need for there to be reform within global football, not just a change at the top. If there isn't reform and you just replace Gianni Infantino with somebody else, does that change some of the problems we've seen?
No, I think that in the initial years you will see the same that we saw in Infantino's initial years. That is an appearance of a different form of governance, while at the same time, in a less visible way, the same problems of hyper-commercialization and undermining independent review and accountability continuing to exist, because these problems have been there for many years, and these problems will not go away simply with a new leader unless this leader is someone that has the support to undertake a very serious and big reform of the organization. The statement of these three confederations of UEFA, CONCACAF and AFC confirms that, because it's a statement that focuses mostly on the need to replace the leader. There are three reforms that may be crucial. The first one is a clear separation from the regulatory function and the commercial activity of FIFA.
Critics of you within people would say this is all sour grapes.
Absolutely, they can say that. And I can point to the fact that during the 10 months I was in office, my committee behaved independently and being allowed the rules that we set for the time.
To build artificial intelligence data centers. Maura Fogarty joins us now, and Maura, tell us about how NVIDIA is raising this money for AI data centers.
Well, this deal really shows that NVIDIA is trying to tap Wall Street and the big investment banks and big asset management firms, really big firms that control and invest trillions of dollars worth of money around the world, both in stock markets
make more chips, as you say. But interestingly, the money will also be made available to NVIDIA's customers to build AI data centers. Now, NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, the CEO, is calling these data centers AI factories. So you just imagine here, there are ways and ways and ways of just serving that with the NVIDIA chips in them, and all they're doing is processing data and computing power. All that requires compute and or they need data centers to run a lot of what they do. So you've got companies using NVIDIA's chips. They also have to build these data centers. The question is, how much are they spending? Now, collectively, these big names have spent about $1 trillion in the last 3 years on these AI projects and infrastructure. And how much more are they going to need? And that is an interesting question that some investors are beginning to grapple with and that's part of the reason why I think you see NVIDIA shares actually trading lower after he made this announcement, is because the question is NVIDIA essentially financing its own business? In other words, it's helping to raise money for its customers to use to build data centers to then buy NVIDIA chips. That's got some people worrying about how much money is being spent. Interesting. Thank you, More Ferguson.
Now, here's some music that the Russian leader, Vladimir Putin, doesn't want Russians to hear.
Украина, моя вторая половина, с небес смертельная лавина сойдет по прихоти страны.
That song is called Ukraine by the Russian band Novus Velo, and the group is currently in Ukraine for that the first time since the start of the full-scale invasion in 2022. To film both a documentary and a music video for their latest anti-war song. Novus Velo is
we're trying to form here. I have very clear Ukrainian roots. I'm 50% Ukrainian. I used to be in Ukraine also. I have relatives here. We also have protest former Russian band. Now we are an American band. So we speak loudly against the war. Recently we released the whole album in Russian. It's called Amputation. The whole album is just anti-war songs. But right now, we started to get ready to the release of our international album. The whole album is in English. The name of the album will be Unstable Equilibrium. Apart from filming the documentary I'm here to witness, the main purpose is filming our official video for the song that is called Our Young Funny Voices.
And do you know how popular your songs are, particularly the ones with an anti-war message, how popular they are in Russia?
I can say for sure they are very popular, some of them in Ukraine. About Russia, my answer is I don't know, and nobody knows. We don't have official statistics. We don't even know what percentage of Russians support the war or secretly against the war. A lot of Russians are openly against the war. So we have a great response to their songs, as well as probably a lot of negative response even from those Russians who are against the war. Some of Russians, even outside Russia, they don't want to hear the truth.
Is it technically possible for a great many Russians to download your music, or are they just prevented from doing so?
Yes and no. There are some streaming platforms that still stream our music in Russian. So yes, they can hear it, they can still browse YouTube. So some of them, or let's say many of them, they hear our songs in Russian. of positive. There will be always negative. But the most important part for me is how I am received by people on the streets. Streets of Kiev, streets of Kharkov, a very dangerous zone that starts from Kharkov and then Izium, I was there, and then Kramatorsk or Slavyansk. People always meet me with, this argument, they thank me. Thank you, brother. Thank you for your support. People just meet us, just take pictures with us. It's very touching. It causes goosebumps, honestly.
Tell me about why you left Russia.
Good question. First of all, I have been living in the United States for like 5 or 6 years by the time I was from the war. So there was no way that I could leave Russia and just stop visiting Russia. My last visit was in February 2022, just half a week before this idiot started this suicidal invasion. Our verse inside our single, it's called We Don't Need a War. It came out maybe 1 month after Russia started the suicidal invasion. But we started to speak louder even earlier. The more time was passing by, the more songs. And those ones were real tough.
Martin Petrovsky, there, the lead singer of the Russian band Novi Zero, speaking of the see where they are currently filming their latest new date on the BBC local.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the U.S. is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content, engaging audiences, creating meaningful experiences, and fostering conversations. APM, American Public Media, with support from Odoo.com, providing business management software with integrated programs for accounting, manufacturing, and operations. Odoo, all your business on one platform.
The following is a required weekly test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. Had this been an actual emergency, you would have received official instructions. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
Hello, you're with New Day from the BBC World Service with Patrick Larson, Nairobi and Port.
CBC News with Becancour. More than 130 people are now known to have been killed in a powerful earthquake which struck Western Colombia in number. Hundreds of others have been injured and many more are missing. Rescuers in Quebec City have found in Colorado are trying to reach those trapped under collapsed buildings. Ukraine and Russia have continued to strike into the Ukraine. Ukraine has reported 6 people killed on Russia. Is the only candidate. Libya's national oil corporations and firefighters are trying to control the blaze as the CFCH North west of the capital Tripoli. Officials say it was targeted by unknown attackers. Police in China are warning single men about the danger of matchmaking scams. Fake agencies promising quick marriages and taking advantage of the country's gender imbalance. US media are reporting that President Trump left a NATO summit in Turkey last month on a secret military flight when the White House said he was flying on Air Force One. The deception was said to have been prompted by an Iranian assassination threat. That's the latest BBC News.
Thank you very much indeed for that summary of the news there. Hello, you're with Newsday from the BBC World Service, live from Nairobi with Catherine Rohanga, and from London with Unique World Live.
Thank you for joining us. Coming up, the head of the United Nations in Yemen joins us live to raise concerns about the possible resurgence of wide-scale conflict in the country. Our China correspondent reports on the men falling prey to marriage scams.
And Isaac Fannon's going to join us with the sport to discuss the success of Malawi's female footballers at the WAFCON tournament. Your messages always welcome, of course, on these stories. +44 77 86 20 50 85.
Now, on Newsday yesterday, we heard about how Iranian-allied Houthi forces in Yemen launched attacks in and around the Red Sea port of Al-Mocha, which was under government control, killing at least 11 people and wounding dozens. The Houthis also claimed attacks on a Saudi oil facility and Saudi shipping. While the Houthis are backed by Iran, Saudi Arabia has for a long time backed the internationally recognized Yemeni government. Well, now the United Nations has warned that Yemen faces its greatest risk of a return to wider conflict since the 2022 truce. The latest violence could threaten shipping through the Red Sea's Bab al-Mandeb Strait, one of the world's key trade routes. The United Nations is urging all sides to step back from further escalation. Well, joining us now live is Hans Grundberg, Special Envoy of the UN's Secretary General for Yemen, and he joins us from Stockholm. Welcome to Newsday. Now, we've seen peaks in violence in recent years after the 2022 truce. Why do you think there is a greater risk of large-scale conflicts in Yemen at the moment?
Thank you, and good morning. I don't think that there's an immediate chain of events that surrounded. I think it started off with an events surrounding the Sana'a airport, which then followed attacks and retaliation. But I think what's important to understand here is that one incident here doesn't fully explain what's happening and the speed of the escalation that we're seeing. My point here, which is one that I have been repeating quite often, is that the deeper problem that we're facing in Yemen is that the conflict has remained unresolved for far too long, and then during these last years we've seen a military mobilization, we've seen economic pressure, we've seen a deepening level of mistrust between the parties, and then we've also seen a situation in the wider Middle East that have all created an extremely combustible environment, and that is what is now coming at play.
Yes, how much of a shadow has the conflict in Iran cast over events in Yemen, would you say?
Well, it's not only the ongoing confrontation surrounding Iran that is level of instability and a level of complication that we haven't really witnessed before. And that has obviously had an effect on the situation in Yemen. It's clearly led to a story of the peace efforts that were making progress back then, and it has then since then been extremely difficult to revive. And that is why we haven't been able to move from a truce in April 2022 to what I want to see in Yemen.
stand to gain in this moment?
Well, it's hard for me to enter into the wider speculation about the inner thinking of one group or the other in terms of how they position themselves in this extremely complicated situation. But I think one matter that is pretty clear is that we see a cycle of action and retaliation here, and where each actor that engages in that type of escalation believes that they can control the next move, and they probably do it because they want to achieve something else. But the issue here, and this is so important, is that if you choose, you basically also cannot really control where that ultimately leads, because that leads to a cycle of retaliation from the other side, which then leads to something else. And this is what is so particularly dangerous now in Yemen, is that you have parties, you have the Houthis who clearly have now chosen a path where they seem to enter into an escalation. We've seen that in the attacks against Mocha and the attacks against Marib. And the danger here is that the future development is going to be extremely difficult to control.
Special Envoy of the UN's Secretary General for Yemen. Thank you for joining us on Newsday.
Now, we're going to talk a bit now about some of the messages you've sent us in about this story. You're getting a lot of attention on the BBC website about Donald Trump saying it would be a terrible mistake if the president of the
for effective football governance. If the allegations are accurate, he needs to go, but Stephen needs to provide transparent and thorough explanations about how the process was conducted.
Opening Nigeria says to me, the issue is bigger than whether Argentina should step down. People need serious reform, more transparency, accountability and fairness. Changes of person at the top of action in the system will not solve much. And one more here, Solomon from Philadelphia in America says, please tell us to come to keep away from our beautiful game. Our beautiful game is non-political. Step down now. If you are afraid on what could happen to people who want to gain people that say we'd love to hear from you, +44
Now, authorities in China are warning of a rise in marriage fraud as families target single men desperate to find a wife. The BBC has been to the heart of the so-called flash marriage industry, where matchmaking agencies arrange weddings in a matter of days. The industry has sprung up due to the country's stark male-to-female gender imbalance, which has seen vulnerable bachelors willing to spend thousands of dollars to find a wife. As our China correspondent Laura Booker reports, this scam is a symptom of a wider demographic crisis facing the country. This music defines the start of what it feels is no longer.
in death.
When this happens, you feel extremely anxious. I've spent my life's savings. If I include the cost for the wedding, the total damage is close to $74,000 US. My whole family turned upside down. My parents blame me. I cannot work. It's like this.
Of course, their marriages affect us. We have an old saying, one speck of dirt ruins a whole pot of soup. We often attend meetings by the local police. If any complaint comes forth, it will shoulder legal responsibilities.
So after our matchmaker interview, one of his colleagues was not pleased and we had to leave quite quickly. Although he says he is a legitimate business owner, that he's there to try to match as many people as possible and to ensure that his clients have some kind of background check. This is an industry where it's difficult to know, especially after just a few days, who you're marrying.
The agencies springing up in Guido are a symptom of a much bigger problem. We come to the countryside to get an idea of the scale of the problem. China is facing a demographic crisis. Up until 10 years ago, parents were only allowed to have one child. And the problem for the the party is trying to get more people to get married, trying to get more people to have children, but it's having a limited effect. Women in China can also afford to be choosy and demand a salary of very high. In China, the family residence is the name of the household. It sees a family duty to get married to children. But this family has been done with few options.
I don't know what I wasn't a good catch, and I spent all my money. I won't consider getting married again.
Fewer marriages mean fewer children at a time when China's population is shrinking. It's a shift that's reshaping society and creating a challenge the Communist Party is struggling to overcome. The BBC's Laura
are bringing, and they're playing really exciting, expansive football. It's a very different style from what we've seen from their opponents in tomorrow's semi-final, Algeria. They're much more sort of gritty, determined, solid in their shape. We saw that against Ivory Coast in particular in their quarter-final. So it's going to be very contrasting styles, but Algeria aside really, because of what Malawi have been doing in particular, we haven't really talked about so much of this tournament so far. A little bit under the radar. Also qualified with obviously this win through to the semi-finals for their first World Cup in Brazil next year. So contrasting styles, interesting to see how this one might play out. But I think Malawi have become everybody's favourite in a sense, haven't they, in terms of when we've seen what they've done at this African Cup of Nations so far. So we'll see how that one plays out tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really, really fascinating encounter for Malawi. Morocco, I think, would probably be the hot favourites. You know, this is a perfect time for them. They've been to the last two finals and they've lost them both. They're taking Cameroon. They will be desperate to win this, won't they?
They will, absolutely, and I think the stuff on there, they are the big favourites now. We know we're going to have a meaning on the trophy now with these four teams, Algeria, Malawi, Morocco and Cameroon, their opponents in their semi-final later on tomorrow here in Rabat. They have reached the final, the last two tournaments. They have hosted the last two tournaments as well, and it was very interesting speaking to sort of people around the team and listening to the comments of Jorge Vilda, their head coach in the build-up, saying they know there really is a level of pressure that they have to perform now, having to get finally over the line in a final, having reached the final back-to-back, losing to South Africa, obviously, in 2022, and losing after leading 2-0 against Nigeria at half-time 13 months ago. So there really is a level of pressure for them to get over the line. And they're also feeling, I think, a little bit of pressure as well, given how well their men's team has done in recent World Cups.
Just briefly, there's a World Cup horizon for some of the losers of all of the losers of the quarterfinals, isn't there?
Yes, so these matches will be played on Thursday. So we've got Ivory Coast against Ghana and South Africa against Nigeria. Now both those sides play each other in the match nobody wants to play, but they have to win those matches, and then they have a chance to get to the World Cup, to navigate their way through the tricky Inter-Confederation Aid playoffs. So it's not a guarantee, and obviously these teams will be quite flat because two of them are very yesterday.
How we got that close in African football now. Really appreciate you for giving us that possibility there in Rabat.
Isaac, thank you for that.
Now, the leaders of Italy and Denmark have issued a joint statement rejecting what they call uncontrolled immigration. They put this united front to female leaders of European nations and fight against migration following the thousands of migrants who crossed into the Spanish exclave of Ceuta at the end of July. We see there's also bound to protect Europe's Christian cultural heritage. We speak now to Emmanuel Lopatido, who's an Italian Member of Parliament from the governing Progress Italy Party, and also to Sasha Fack, who's a former Danish Member of Parliament from the Alternative Party. Welcome to you both. Emmanuel, first of all, would you just explain to us why something that happened in Spain has led to the leader of Italy feeling the need to put out this statement?
Good morning to everybody. First of all, and thank you for the invitation. The reaction of Italy was a reaction of a country that exactly knows what could be the risk of an uncontrolled migration flow on the coast. And when we saw thousands of people entering in Ceuta within a few hours, then we were a bit surprised about the lack of control, and also Spain, because we know that inside the illegal migration flow there could be some risk of terrorists, intruders, some people entering in country without any legitimate document. And actually,
they're two very different things.
You're
saying there would be people you would suspect might be terrorists and people who come in without documents. I mean, they're like chalk and cheese. What's the evidence? Is anybody who wanted to commit any atrocity?
Yeah, there were some reports from the intelligence from Spain and also from the EU saying that in Ceuta it is also used as a base of the terrorist organization to send people in Europe. So knowing that that when we see that the situation is safer, then we will suspend the temporary control in the border, because Schengen is a big achievement for Europe, but it's sustainable if everybody makes control of the border. It's not
Schengen. Schengen is the area that means once you're in Schengen nation, you can go to another Schengen nation without having to pass through a border post. So I think Denmark's an awfully long way from the orphan train to get the migration hotspots in the European Union. Why is this an issue for Denmark?
Yes, I totally agree. We are far away from it. I think it's an opportunistic situation for both our Prime Minister and the moment, because we are saying that we are not having an uncontrolled immigration to Denmark. It's a false narrative. Over the past years, we have had around 1,000 refugees per year coming into Denmark, which is very few. I mean, 1,000 is very little. So I think it's an idea to actually ride on the wave that there was sometimes it looked forward to having it in Africa. We still have to run those refugees not here. It's in Africa. Use that as an opportunity to promote one's own anti-immigration hardline policy. And we have already seen that Maloney and Native, they have a conference in trying to push human rights. They were the brains behind what happened in Chisinau this May, when there was this version that they want to have the European Court of Human Rights to judge differently on two different matters. Number 3 on how we treat people in the human rights program and European Union. And actually, it has been also recalled by the Prime Minister of Denmark that Europe has to work about that. Because we have to control the border in order that we are able to identify who is needing help, support, asylum, and we will support them. Who is not entering with a legal document and is not allowed to enter, we have to send back, because it is more humanitarian to allow only the authorized people to enter and support them, to instead of allow everybody to enter and then leave them in a ghetto in the city without job, without social health. It is less humanitarian to allow everybody entering and not having a support, because we are not able to support everybody. It is more humanitarian to control and support.
Sasha, do you agree with that point?
So it's not because we as Denmark do not recognize that there is an issue. We are seeing people moving, but it's how we are addressing it, and it's actually very important. And when we are doing what we're doing right now, first of all, we are discarding human rights. Secondly, we are also allowing it to become a weapon against Europe. There are lots of voices talking about Ceuta being a way of somebody has initiated that the crowd believed that they could actually make it into Europe, and they then set into motion. So when we don't have a joint way of approaching this, we actually allowed it to be a weapon.
Okay.
Instead of
We've got to
addressing
leave it there, okay, but thank you both very much indeed for joining us. Sasha Fax in Denmark and Daniel Locofido in Italy. That is it for this edition of Newsday. From me and Catherine, thank you for listening.
The many flavors of jazz are only a click or tap away at vermontpublic.org and on our app. I am Chuck Levins, one of your hosts on Vermont Public Stories. Drop in anytime and discover a robust collection of classics and new sounds from the world of jazz. It's one of the many services Vermont Public offers thanks to your generous support. Check out the nonstop jazz journey happening right now at vermontpublic.org and on our app. Hi, I'm Mark Breed, Chief Meteorologist at the Fairbanks Museum. Stay ahead of the weather. Listen to Vermont Public every day for the eye on the sky.
Vermont Public is 107.9 WBCS, Burlington, Montreal.
88.7 WRVTW.
94.3 WBTN FM, Bennington.
88.9 WVBA Brattleboro.
89.5 WBPR, Windsor.
88.5 WVPA St. Johnsbury.
And worldwide at vermontpublic.org.
Coming up on the other side, it's new Nicky Baby, British actress Samantha Mason playing Cersei in Christopher Nolan's blockbuster film The Odyssey.
There's been so many interpretations of this woman, this sorceress witch, but I think that Chris's interpretation of her felt very contemporary without being disrespectful to the original story.
American screen star Helen Hunt talks about tackling Chekhov's play The Cherry Orchard. And the French-Senegalese director Alain Gomez discusses deconstructing cinema. Also on the show, the legendary and double Oscar-winning cinematographer Roger Deakins, Nigerian-British comedian and actor Ayuade Bamboe on the UK version of Saturday Night Live. We hear from Norwegian composer Ola Weber, live conversation with the US comedy star
Colombia, and this is where they have seen most of the victims and where most of the rescue efforts are being focused on.
Ukraine and Russia have continued striking each other overnight. Ukrainian officials say there was a massive Russian bombardment of the city of Zaporizhia. The capital Kyiv also came under attack with ballistic missiles. Our Ukraine correspondent Dan Johnson is there.
There were 2 air raid alerts in Kyiv, but we're told only 1 person injured here. The worst strikes appear to have been in Zaporizhia, where the latest death toll stands at 6, with 19 people wounded. But we're also getting reports through this morning of 3 people having been killed in Dnipropetrovsk. Last night, President Zelensky told his people that the continued Ukrainian drone strikes deep into Russian territory would continue, and were having success. Another oil refinery had been hit yesterday in Siberia. That's more than 2,000 kilometers from Ukraine's border.
Hungary's parliament meets today to elect a new head of state after the removal of the previous president, who was close to the defeated nationalist government of Viktor Orban. Andras Bacha, a 72-year-old former judge, is the only candidate. At the same time,
then after Christmas time, and go with the kind of my husband or wife. But now a new industry has sprung up where companies are offering to pair up couples who met for less than an hour. The man pays them for their services and has to pay the women a substantial sum of money as a customary bride price. The BBC has spoken to several victims of so-called flash marriages who lost their life savings to fake brides eager to exploit the stark male-to-female gender imbalance in the country.
World News from the BBC. Turkey's parliament has voted to finalise a peace process with the Kurdish militant group the PKK, which will see former fighters shielded from prosecution. The landmark legislation could see hundreds of Kurdish politicians and militants freed from jail if the group disarms. The PKK's leader, Abdullah Öcalan, isn't among them for now. Libya's national oil corporation says firefighters are trying to contain a blaze at a large petrol tank west of the capital. The tank has completely collapsed, containing more than 3,300 tons of gasoline.
Mr. Trump then departed Turkey for Britain en route to the U.S. Journalists and some White House staffers followed quick behind on a plane they falsely believed they were sharing with the president. The move was reportedly prompted by an Iranian assassination threat. The president had flown to Ankara on board yet another plane, a Boeing 747 gifted to him by Qatar.
BBC News.
Hello and welcome to the Arts Hour from the BBC World Service. I'm Nikki Beatty, bringing you a star-studded lineup of guests and some cultural companionship with the best global arts and culture conversation from across the BBC and beyond. Coming up on this week's show, British actor Samantha Morton on playing Circe in Christopher Nolan's blockbuster film The Odyssey. American screen star Helen Hunt talks about tackling Chekhov's play The Cherry Orchard. And the French-Senegalese director Alain Gomez discusses deconstructing cinema. Also on the show, the legendary and double Oscar-winning cinematographer Roger Deakins talks about working with the Coen brothers, Nigerian-British comedian and actor Ayowade Banjoya, on the UK version US comedy star. We'll be talking about his stand-up show, JJ Takes London, and we're welcoming back as our cultural critic today, Alan Crisander. So before we go any further, do you both have a cultural highlight that you want to recommend to the world? Karen, you can go first.
August 27th or 28th, at a cinema near you, it's going to be the release finally of Coyote versus Acme. So if you've ever watched any Looney Tunes, you'll know the Roadrunner, you'll know Wile E, always tries to kill the Roadrunner, and all of his Acme products fail. All of his traps, all of his dynamite, everything. He's finally taking Acme to court. This film was finished in 2022. It was almost erased due to a tax rebate. It had such a great audience response. They've saved it, and it's coming out this month.
Great recommendation.
Starring Will Forte of US SNL fame.
Is that going to be your recommendation too?
Yes, partly, but also my recommendation is Pat's Jellicle Ball. It's closing on Broadway, and New York City is a reimagining of Andrew Lloyd Webber and T.S. Eliot's Cats. Now, Cats was a story about delicate cats and the fella, but this takes place in the New York
drag and ballroom scene. And it's underground and pretty, but it's still funny and full of joy, and it's just something I was moved by. It made the plot of Cats make sense, which is no small feat. Yeah.
Well, thank you both.
It's closing on Broadway, but they are doing a cast recording, and I think it might be visually recording as well.
First then, the film event of the summer and the year so far is Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, his interpretation of Homer's epic poem, with a stellar cast led by Matt Damon.
This is a stupid song.
King of Ithaca, making his 10-year voyage back to his wife Anne Hathaway after victory in the Trojan War. We heard some of on the Arts Hour a couple of weeks ago. The film also stars Himesh Patel, John Leguizamo, Tom Holland, Robert Pattinson, Lupita Nyong'o, Zendaya, Charlize Theron, and the British actor Samantha Morton, who plays the powerful sorceress Circe. She's just one of the challenges Odysseus must face on his mythical journey. When the BBC's Vernon Kay and Alex Jones met Samantha Morton, originally from the English city of Nottingham, they asked her if her interpretation of Circe was that she was a sorceress.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think there's been so many interpretations of this woman, this sorceress witch, but I think that Chris's interpretation of her felt very contemporary to me, without being disrespectful to the original story poem.
Because in literature, she's often seen as a bit of a baddie, isn't she? But you were keen to show that she had lots of different dimensions.
Well, I think that women in history have often been vilified, whether you're a midwife, a wise woman. We think about kind of the burning of women at the stake because they were herbalists, you know, and I don't think she is a baddie at all. I think the thing about it is villains are always amazing roles, but I did want to make her a little bit more, I don't know, my interpretation was what I read on the script, which was phenomenal, and it was multi-layered, and because we are as humans, we're not just two-dimensional, isn't it?
It's a great cast. What's it like when you turn up and work with a stellar cast like that?
I've worked with some of those big people before, whether it's Tom Cruise, Johnny Depp, Sean Penn, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Joaquin Phoenix. I seem to be, my history is that I can, you know, Nottingham lass can hold her own.
Because you're brilliant.
Oh, thank you. But, you know, like, I'm not intimidated by anybody, really, because if you let those nerves get in the way, you can't do the job. So I think
Samantha Morton and The Odyssey is still in movie theatres across the world. In my humble opinion, hers is a standout performance, and along with the amazing Cyclops scenes, I thought they were the best in the film. But my guests on today's Arts Hour are the comedian Jay Jordan and cultural critic Han Kazanowicz. Jay, what did you think of her performance this week?
I've only seen clips online. I haven't seen it in full yet. I'm familiar with the myth. I'm familiar with the story of person turning it into pig, which is hilariously acted any kind of time history if you know men. And also if you know men who have been at war. I think what I have been fascinated by is that everyone is so fanatic and frightened with her. Americans I love it. It makes women more scary. We want to be scared.
Karen.
It's a remarkable performance. Actually, not all of the performance that was very powerful. She usually plays really indelible characters, and she has such presence. And then,
then he told me that at one point he'd been on Maury. Whoa. You can't leave us hanging like that.
You're with the BBC World Service, and this is the Outcome. The Hollywood actor Helen Hunt is best known for an Oscar-winning performance in As Good as It Gets with Jack Nicholson, the movie Twister, and the TV series Mad About You. She's currently performing on stage in the English town of Stratford-upon-Avon in the Royal Shakespeare Theatre.
And I think that's what we're all asking, how do we rise to the occasion of good writing? It's not just Shakespeare, it's not just Chekhov, it's in modern day music. Well, I can just say it's information. I thought when it was offered to me, and I've seen it a few times, and honestly, I've never quite gotten it. And I think somewhere between the challenge of doing it is why I said yes, and even though I didn't understand it before a year of work on it, and the 6 weeks of rehearsal we've had, I could tell, I could smell that there was humanity in this part. Beautiful qualities, terrible qualities. She loves one of her daughters so much and turns on her 3 times in the play. It's just, people smarter than me about Chekhov say, keep your eye on how human every character is, and I've really found that. Every character in this play has beautiful qualities and then takes a bite out of someone. You know, it is a human play, and it's been directed with an eye on how do we allow people in the audience to feel like, oh, that's me.
And I read something you said about one of the themes of the play, and I think it summed up what I was thinking when watching it, which is really gives voice to the overwhelming terror we all have of change.
Yeah, I think those who don't embrace change don't fare so well in this play. But it's terrifying. There's that saying, you know, it's like a Buddhist saying, all we love and hold dear we will at some point lose.
I introduced you as an actor, but of course you have shape-shifted so often in this industry, actor, writer, director. Do you have a fear of change, or do you grab it with
Maybe
two hands?
I might have a fear of not change. I don't, I'm sure I do. I mean, because change also means losing people. And this play does not back down from that.
Helen Hunt, Comedian Jay Jordan and cultural critic Karen Kozanovich are with me in the Arts House studio. Where do the works of Chekhov sit on your theatre appreciation measure, Jay?
We studied Cherry Orchard, Seagull, Three Sisters in my undergrad and graduate program. I think Chekhovian dramas, America is obsessed with them because they're messy, cheating, secretive, guilt and shame-filled stories that sort of transcend like national barriers. That coupled with all of the sort of like Stanislavski connections to Chekhov and Russian drama and Russian literature for actors, they have a big impact on anyone's sort of like early theater education.
Amazing. Karen, what about you?
We do love her. Well, considering it's the first time in 1903 and the first time that we were in 1961, it must draw the classical vibration for everyone. And I think it's probably the epitome of somebody's career, particularly for now, specifically a theatrical performer, to be able to, because it is one of the great concepts.
How do we feel in general about Hollywood stars trying to tread the boards in prestigious UK theatre productions? I mean, to be clear, Helen Hunt has a theatre pedigree, but we have had other sort of stars and celebrities on stage. How do you feel?
I think it's great. I mean, I know that there are director actors or rep actors who would say, you know, it's like voiceovers, you know, they don't want my voice if you're not a star. But I think it draws people to the theater, people that didn't ordinarily go.
Yeah. What do you think, Jay?
I think yes, with so many notable exceptions. I think if you want to be a good performer, it happens in America on Broadway 8 times a week. So I think for the most part, I'm glad it's exposing more people to theater, but I would love it if they had a little bit of training.
What, if they did it better?
Yeah, if they were just good.
Helen Hunt is also an accomplished TV director. She began on Mad About You, and she's since directed episodes of Californication, Revenge, House of Lies, This Is Us, Feud, Becky and Joan, now The Politician. The list is long. Who do you admire the most?
Well, we recently were talking right before this started about John Leguizamo and how John Leguizamo was able to do such a good job to capture the humor in serious text, but also drop in and be extremely serious. So John Leguizamo.
We're talking about John Leguizamo because of who he played in The Odyssey.
Yes.
Case, yes.
And also because of his the first time I saw John Leguizamo as a serious actor was he portrayed Tybalt in Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet.
Correct.
And I remember watching that in elementary, primary school going, what? This guy's supposed to be a comic? He's really good. Uncut Gems was a very good turn for Adam Sandler.
I love that.
Fun, silly comedian, but when directed by the Safdies, can like really find something menacing and troubling. And then there's so many funny women who also, Lily Tomlin can do an amazing turn and can be so funny and then so
simpatico,
just intense and wonderful to watch.
Thank you both. You're listening to the Arts Hour from the BBC World Service. I'm Nikki Beatty. Alain Gomes is a French film director with heritage from Guinea-Bissau and Senegal, whose latest film, Dao, shows us a family living across 2 continents. The film focuses on a mother and daughter. Gloria is Christian. Her father. Her daughter is a bachelor married. The film features a hybrid of drama and
asked Miranda Williams why he wanted to do this.
I mean, when I have studied Iran, I realized that if you're women people to the community,
remarkable, given what we just said, is that there are parts of this film that actually are very honest about some elements of dysfunction, let's say, in this big gathering, in this community, including domestic violence.
Yeah, they have chosen to talk about it at some point in front of the camera because they wanted to begin a kind of dialogue. And what I'm happy about traveling with the film is to see that people watching the film, and especially women, are connecting to this woman as part of themselves. And I'm happy that I can have like a lot of people, European people, not connected directly to Africa, saying this is my family too.
Tell me about where did this concept come from, where we have that blurring of characters and actors playing characters.
You know, this way to interrogate the fiction, the format of the fiction. I mean, if you want to say what you want to share, we have also to invent our own grammar. You know, you hear a lot of time, oh, this film is the mixture of Star Wars and, I don't know, Harry Potter. And, you know, this is the way the industry works. And that's terrible, in fact, because you can't have like a true feelings, emotion doing things this way. So I think it's very important for every filmmaker, not only African or whatever, to try to have his own drama in order to reach the audience, you know, like, I don't know,
based on a board game now.
Thank you both so much. That's it for part one of the show, but don't go away. Still to come, Oscar-winning cinematographer Roger Deakins, Nigerian-British comedian Ayoade Bamboye, and Norwegian composer Ola Yellow. And I'll be talking to the American comedian Joe Burrow. We are
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the U.S. is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content. Engaging audiences, creating meaningful experiences, and fostering conversation. With support from Progressive Insurance, helping eligible first-time homebuyers with financial assistance. Learn more about that at progressive.com/open the house.
Vermont Public and the Flynn present an evening of science and storytelling that just may change how you think about yourself.
Hi, I'm CILV Becancour. The Hidden Brain podcast is celebrating 10 years, and together we'll explore ideas and insights on the first decade of the show.
Join us for Hidden Brain, the Perception Tour at the Flynn Theater in Burlington on Sunday, August 23rd at 6 p.m.
Get retail tickets at vermontpublic.org/tickets.
Support the State Office College.
On a podcast, Anthony Albanese said she'd given him a couple of melons and gestured towards his chest after the host made a sexualized joke. That's the latest BBC News.
Welcome back to the Arts Hour from the BBC World Service with me, Nikki Beattie. And if you've only just joined us, here's what you missed in the first half of the show. Samantha Morton on her role as Circe in the blockbuster movie The Odyssey. Oscar-winning US actor Helen Hunt on Chekhov's The Cherry Orchard. And the French-Senegalese filmmaker Alain Gomes on creating a new grammar for cinema. Coming up in a moment, cinematographer Roger Deakins. We'll also hear from Saturday Night Live UK performer Ayoade Bamboye, the Norwegian composer Ola Yellow, and I'll be talking to American comedian Joe Burrow, who's here in the Art House studio, along with our cultural critic this week, Karen Kazanich. So Roger Deakins is the acclaimed British cinematographer, originally from Devon in the south of England, renowned for his Oscar-winning work with Denis Villeneuve on Blade Runner 2049 and with Sam Mendes on 1917. Alongside his 2 Academy Awards, he's been honoured with a knighthood, and he's won 5 BAFTA Awards in recognition of his outstanding cinematography. He's also celebrated for his long-running collaboration with Joel and Ethan Coen, shooting 12 of their films, including Barton Fink, Fargo, The Big Lebowski, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, and No Country for Old Men. When the BBC's Lauren Laverne sat down with Mr. Cooper, she asked him, how does enduring creative partnership with Coen began?
together in the middle, and I said, well, who's directing?
So that was it, you got the gig. One of my all-time favourite films was followed that with Brother Where Art Thou, came out in 2000, and that was an interesting one from a technical point of view as well. What was the initial brief for that film, the look of that film?
Well, they wanted this kind of feeling of a burnt-out landscape, as if it was a hand-tinted postcard kind of thing. And I said, well, when are you going to shoot in town? They said, August. And we talked about, where are you going to shoot? Maybe Arizona or something. That'd be great. They said, no, Mississippi. And I remember saying to Joel, Mississippi, July, August, that's going to be a little bit green. I don't want green. They said, well, that was the problem.
So how do you keep it?
We looked into the idea of digitizing the whole negative, we'll cut negative, and then time it that way. We did some tests, and they were pretty awful, but it showed what could be done. And Joel and Ethan said, yeah, but we'll have a year between when we start shooting and the time the film is released. So maybe the technology will have advanced enough by then that we can make it work. And the worst thing is we're kind of watching dailies down in Jackson, Mississippi in a theater every evening. I see. And the image comes out and
Karen, tell us how you describe the cinematography style of Roger Deakins.
Wow. Well, I mean, there's a reason why you can see Roger Deakins' work. Because he always has light that comes from somewhere. You know, sometimes you're thinking, why doesn't my house look like that? That's because you don't have a mystical magical light that's in some weird place.
Yeah.
The light source is always logical. There is. Also, often usually looks like a single thing. You know what it's going to do. It's not only turning up on the film.
So what does it make you feel when you have your own work?
Early to the world, it's all through the time when I is the movie capital of Mississippi. It's got Texas, it's got real movies there, Mississippi Burning, The Time to Kill, Old Brother, We're All Pal, and My Dog Skip. It was really cool.
Amazing.
Do you think that Roger Dickens captured the light of your home?
Whoa, because it's set in the past, it's sort of a very filtered version of Mississippi, and it's really not really it was a mythical version. It's really the job of capturing the about a 5 mile of the South Mississippi.
You're listening to the Art Service. So let's turn the spotlight on the future. And this fact that Jerry is writer. He was a staff writer on the Apple TV Plus show The Problem with Jon Stewart. Made his Marvel debut writing Marvel vs. X-Men. As a comedian, he's appeared as a star guest performing his stand-up on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, The Late Late Show with James Corden, and he's created a debut stand-up special, Yes Man, which is streaming on Hulu. Raised in Jackson, Mississippi, his work often incorporates his experiences of being a black, queer person from the American South. And he's famous, I've seen this last night, for his blackwood bar that has so much rage. So this week, he's made his UK debut performance called It promised a brand new hour of his dumbest thoughts in the most brilliant way, or his most brilliant thoughts in the dumbest way. So I saw the show last night, and thank you. And it was incredible. And my first question must be, did your brain work that fast?
Yes and no. My brain initially works at the speed at which I like to perform, and I have to slow it down and really put some of the pieces together. Part of it is saying, ooh, I have this thought, but this is a bit meandering, so let me trim some of the fat, and let me get to the best joke within this framework. If this joke applies to a certain area in the hour, I'll put it there as a connecting piece, and then sometimes a connecting piece becomes a primary piece. So some of these jokes start off as throwaway jokes, but then they end up being much bigger chunks, and they develop into their own sort of modular parts of the hour that I can move around.
And interestingly, there are, do you call it callbacks as a comedian? So a callback is when you set up some sort of joke or line or observation and you bring it back round again.
Yeah, I think I have 3 or 4.
And they are so brilliant.
And I have a tendency to overwrite sometimes, but I do like giving a crowd that's been paying attention a couple of fun treats.
Yeah, because we feel rewarded and we feel like, we were paying attention, don't we? We get our own sense of pride out of it. A lot of the material that we laughed at and were with you for last night can't be quoted on a show like this. It can't. But I'm interested to know, in general, what makes you as a comedian trust an idea for a segment or even for a show?
I think if an idea can be both hyper-specific and also be some form of pluralism or a bit of universality. Everyone else thinks this as well. It's supposed to be specific enough that queer people and cool people get it. Because you don't want everyone to say, oh, that's something I can pick up. Because it also is about a large group of people.
of getting to know Jay through a show like this one?
I think that because my first special that's on Disney Plus now has a bit more autobiographical stuff in the beginning, I wanted to take a different approach with this one where I sort of give my opinions on a lot of things, and then in the second half of the hour, I reveal the Southern things, I reveal my brother and his job, and my dad's passing, and my mom.
Is your brother really a truck driver?
He really is a truck driver. He owns his own truck now. Congratulations, Mark. He recently purchased his first big rig.
Hello, Mark.
Yeah.
You have been mentioned on the BBC World Service.
So appreciate that.
John's thoughts on the most funny
a life partner that they do show affection to physically, but then that also is a person that they just kind of like roam throughout life with. And it's a fun fact. I think it takes the idea that queerness is unnatural. It puts that on its head. It's a fun giraffe joke. It's silly. It's during my annual session. Next year, I want to write an entire hour that's based on animals. I personally love just how
You say the animal section, but in the early section, so you learn about science.
Yes.
What do you know about science?
And what happens is that when the female clownfish dies, the largest male, who was her breeding partner, goes through sex reassignment naturally and becomes the largest female breeding clownfish, and then the second in command largest male steps up and becomes her breeding partner. And
welcome to the nature hour. Mind-blowing, isn't it? The other thing is, you use some translations between American English and UK English, but did you change anything bigger?
Well, there's one fun moment at the end that was a bit of live theater and live stand comedy, where I do have a joke where I say, I talk about the construction of whiteness in America and how at one point whiteness was closing shop, and they were basically putting down the garage door of whiteness in America. But I caught myself and I said, Jared. For the UK. For a moment like that, I also do have a few jokes that I'm working on this week that will connect to the same I do want to test out that I think is going to be pretty fun.
Can you try it on us now?
Oh, I want to say that the strongest willed Americans come here, and we hear these wonderful accents, and we hear these wonderful tones, and we hear these wonderful idioms and turn of phrase, and I don't think Americans are you all. Because because you'll see an American talk show a bit, especially if they're not the where they will start talking to us in standard RP, and we'll go, oh my God, I want to repeat what you're saying so bad, but I'm not going to because I'm respectful.
Jay Jordan, thank you for now.
Thank you, Nikki.
You're listening to the Arts Hour from the BBC World Service. I'm Nikki Beattie. Regular Arts Hour listeners will have heard Nigerian-British comedian Ayoade Bamboye on our New Year comedy special back in January. Since then, she's become one of the stars of the British version of the legendary American comedy TV sketch show Saturday Night Live. Recently, on the BBC, fellow comedian Sarika Chopra asked Ayoade about her childhood spent in the UK and Nigeria and the boarding school that they found in the Lake District. That's an area where three rolling hills in Vietnam.
The old boarding school in Lake District, yeah, that was quite kind of a funny incident. So basically, because I was in London with this, I was like 7 years old, 7, 8, and then I went to Nigeria because my dad got a job and we all moved out there. And then I was there till I was 15, but my parents wanted to stay, so we went to respective boarding schools. My brother went to boarding school in London, and then me and my sister went to Cumbria. And it was a shock to the system, I would say. It's quite, so basically Cumbria is quite different from the bus.
Okay.
So it's not as similar as I sort of thought that there would be some things I could latch onto. But it just wasn't, it was stark.
I was wondering if that lived experience as a child naturally puts you on the outside, which I think is how you make a comedian, but also all those places. One of the things I was struck by even watching your performances on various things is your extreme vocal dexterity when it comes to appropriating voices.
Yeah,
accents,
that's been coming. Yeah, that's been coming up a lot because it's this like international school thing, you know, when you just find your voice kind of like undulating between different like need states, I guess. And I know that when I'm getting a bit more passionate and I go to a bit more generalized Nigerian, and when I want to like really explain a point, then it becomes a bit more RP. So it's like this weird mix of things.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think I'm like that as well. When I'm drunk or angry, I definitely get Welsh.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You just sort of, I guess when you relax, I guess, and I when I started doing stand-up, I was doing it in an English, like a proper like RP accent. And I felt that was the only way to do it, in that it would legitimize me. And I remember doing an experimental comedy night, and I was doing stand-up with a PowerPoint, and I was talking about dogs. And obviously white people love dogs, I think. Yeah. You guys love dogs. So, and I was testing this new material. I was trying to figure out the relationship to dogs in the room, and we were all getting excited, and my accent started getting more and more Nigerian, and it felt like something clicked, but it was one of the best gigs of my life. And then I realized that it's probably easier for me to let my voice do what it needs to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So your debut show that you did, you won Best Newcomer at the Edinburgh Comedy Awards. That is the biggest award that any new comedian can win. You're going back this year with a work in progress, but SNL UK, like SNL, 50-year brand, adored, you know, all over the world. They bring it to the UK. Everyone says it can never work.
Yeah.
You guys have the most incredible first...
Tucker tripled it, and then also gave full credit to all the musicians who had helped create the music. He was the only Westerner on the stage, but he crafted
his role. them or check us out. with who took the time to submit a nomination for our Rainbow.
weeks at
But you have to not every guy can pull off the bald look.
No, I have a bumpy head. I could not be shaved.
Same.
bienvenue dans cette vie. Ce soir, ce sera partiellement nuageux avec 40% de risque d'averse également.
The normalization of armed, uniformed military on the streets of an American city for an extended period of time. You know, using the military for policing is...
La FIFA.
Bonjour. Pour s'assurer de la sécurité des gens. Et aujourd'hui, je dis tout ce que plusieurs d'entre vous ont fait raison. C'est tout. C'est comme si on attend un accident qui sera suivi d'un rapport du coroner pour dire aux gens qui ont... Il me semble, c'est un des premiers aspects de sécurité qui devrait être en place dès qu'on espère. Soignez, oui. Bonne journée,
Information, visit renfrew.ca.
A message from the town of...
Complètement stupide quand on est avec nos amis. Mais en fait, c'est...
without you by my side. I'm going to the west. You say you will not go with me. You turn your eyes away. You say you will not follow me, no matter what I say. I'm going to the west. Sandstrap.
Wrong. She's longing for her, and I kinda like the streets of Baltimore.
Okay, so what is pain?
Cocotte, c'était elle qui était visée par cette allégation de viol.
Vieux chanteur.